Hello, friends. It is Thursday. How are you doing? What are you up to? Let me know. I have the coffee. The coffee is needed today. I am quite tired. I did not get a good night's sleep last night, but we are going to rally. We're going to caffeinate, and we're still going to have 8 hours of productivity and reading and chatty fun. I have already finished a book today. I finished Out of the Woods, which was the B&K Book Club book that we started on Tuesday night on Kelsey's channel. I finished that today, and I'm already quite a ways through the book that I'm going to be reading today on sprints. I will be reading Fourth Wing for the entirety of today. Why, you may ask? You can't know. It's a secret. It's a secret. But you'll know in a few weeks when the project hits the universe. You will know, but I need to make a dent in this book today. I am already 226 pages in. I'm at the start of chapter 19. So, yeah. We'll see how far I can get. I will have to vlog at some point during the reading of this, do a little update. But yeah. I'm just going to be reading Fourth Wing all day. I know. I was like, see, my patrons already knew I was reading this because I started it on Monday on Patreon Sprints, but I hadn't posted it anywhere that I was starting this other than there. And I was like, when I put this thumbnail out into the universe, they are going to be like, what? They're going to be like, what? Here we are. Okay, let me scroll up. I just saw that comment and that made me laugh, but let's scroll up. Hello, Kelly. How are you? Lynn, first, reading the eyes that are apart while working. Oh, wait, not first, second. I love it. Thank you both for joining so early. It is much appreciated. At 69% of Not in Love by Ellie Hazelwood. I love that one. Hi, Abs. Hi, Tasha. Hi, Cora. Alicia's here. Alex reading Hijab Butch Blues. Kendra's reading Divergent, 64% in. Hi, Angela. How are you? Aoife, I know that you have work to do today because you told me to keep you productive and on task, and I will do that. Finishing up my workday in about an hour, and then I got a bit of writing to be done, all while reading First Time Caller and being obsessed with it. Honestly, I need to get this book. I'm going to the bookstore tomorrow to pick up Deep End, and I'm probably going to pick this up as well. Is there anything else that has been recently released that I should get that I'm not thinking of? Let me know. Because I do I still have book gift cards? I feel like I do. I feel like I still have a couple of gift cards from Christmas, and also I could just buy some things for me because it's my birthday on Monday, which is why I'm going to the bookstore with my mom tomorrow. We're doing this weekend is a bunch of birthday things with family and friends and different things like that. So I could get myself a few books tomorrow at the bookstore for, pre-birthday celebrations. But those are the two that I'm definitely picking up. Flirtations and Face Off. Ooh, is this a hockey romance, Angela? Sounds like it might be, or at least a sports romance. I'm going to star that because I'm always looking for a good sports romance, especially a hockey romance. Hi, Penelope. How are you? Hi, Alex. Going to work on Legends and Lattes and maybe an activity book between reading. Sounds lovely. Reading From Frost to Flame, 78% of the way through and should finish it pretty fast. Sounds good. Hello, cooking dinner, and we'll be back after dinner. What are you having / cooking? Hi, Jill. Started reading Pucking Around, and I'm nervous. I would also be nervous. Not because I'm sure it's a great book. Neva loves it, and I've heard nothing but fabulous things, but it's just so chunky. But need those host fave points. Good morning, Essie. Going to start Songbird and the Heartstone, but first my blog post needs to be edited and scheduled. Who knows? I'm in a weird space lately, so happening and not happening at the same time. I understand that. Totally understand. Well, I'm glad to see you. Hi, Ro. Hi, Anne. Listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl 4 and working on Lego. Have some errands, so I'll be in and out for a bit. Sounds good. Hi to Neil. Alicia, 32% in to take the lead. I just added this to my Goodreads from your comment in the Discord because honestly, that sounds like something I will really, really enjoy. Also, I fairly think that I liked this author's novella from Wreck the Halls. I think that was one of the ones I liked. I think. I honestly don't remember. It's all run together now, but I am excited to give this one a try, and I added it to my Goodreads. Speaking of, if you haven't seen my video from yesterday where I went through and deleted a bunch of books off my Goodreads TBR, might I suggest go checking that out. It's a fun video. It's me just kind of going crazy. It took me an hour, almost 2 hours, an hour and a half to 2 hours to film that video. So by the end, I was just I don't even know where I was. Truly, I was somewhere. Luckily, I edited it down to like a nice 30-minute video for you all, but it was a long time to go through it. And now I'm adding more books to my Goodreads TBR. So luckily, I deleted some so that I can add new ones, right? That makes sense? Reading Deep End, not sure why I keep reading Allie Hazelwood. See, I love a good Allie Hazelwood. I really do. But again, I like retellings because they give me the same story, but like different. I like I don't know, like it makes me happy to like come back to a story that I already know the outline of. And I feel like I get that same vibe from Allie Hazelwood's because they really are like very similar, but like repeating and different. On lunch meeting and a doctor's appointment this afternoon, then the community center in the evening. You are super busy today. Yeah, there might not be time to read, but it sounds like you have a lot on your plate, some adulting and also some fun tonight after the adulting. Hi, Jay, reading A Language of Dragons while writing an essay for a competition. Hi, Stacy, probably won't read much today, trying to be productive and get stuff done around the house. I love this for you. If you ever want to buddy read Deep End with someone, you should give me a call. Well, speaking of Deep End, Aoife, you might want to come over with me because this is the B&K Book Club book for the months of March. And we will be doing live reading sprints on March 1st, right here, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. What that is in Europe would be the afternoon, depending on where you are in Europe. Thank you so much. The Witch Queen sounds super cute. Okay, I will check that. That sounds like a book that I would like, Wooing the Witch Queen. Have you ever read? No, I haven't, but that title sounds fantastic because I love a good magical woods. And also that kind of gives me like a retelling vibe. I'm just going to star all these and write them down, friends. Thank you so much. Hi, Sammy. Going to have some coffee with my mom and doing a morning productivity thing and then starting a new book. I finished Daydream and really liked it. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Hi, Swank. Hi, Meg. Working right now. Happy productivity to everyone. I hope you have a great day at work. Hi, Crystal. Going to read Songbird in the Heart of Stone by Carissa Broadbent. A little nervous because of the reviews. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think this was Rainey's favorite either in the series, although I could be remembering incorrectly. So don't quote me on that. But I don't think it was Rainey's favorite. And Rainey loves this series. But also, everybody reads the same book differently. So just because reviews are not great of a book does not mean you won't like it. I can speak from experience on this with the last book in the Atlas 6 series. Most people hated that. I adored it. So, you got to see. Sometimes you're outside of what everybody thinks, and that's okay. Need to do that. My Goodreads wants to read is way too long. Honestly, it was needed because there were just so many books that like realistically I have no want to read anymore. And a lot of times when I'm doing collab videos, I will send my Goodreads TBR to someone to get them to like pick books if they're picking my TBR and stuff like that. And then they're sending me back books and I'm like, wait, I don't want to read those books. Well, how would they know that? They're on my Goodreads TBR. So how would they know I don't want to read them? So I really did need to give it a spring cleaning. Started Barbarian's Mate, Josie's book. Thank you for telling me which person it is, because truly, I remember the couples way more than I remember like which book is which. Snowy outside here, so I thought I'd visit Not Hoth. I love this. Yes, you will. I know they're like a perfect time for you. They're really early here, but they're a perfect time. Honestly, trying to find a time. This happens when people are super busy. Adults trying to find time where two adults or multiple adults can be free at the same time to do something is a struggle. And Kelsey and I were looking at the calendar and we were like, when can we do these sprints? And I was like, March 1st. So they're super early in the month this time, just because that's when it was, going to work. Thank you so much for the time zone math. Time zone math is hard. I'm so glad that you sent me this link, by the way. Thank you so much, because I really want to read this book. I've heard so many fabulous things about it, but for some reason, it's like impossible to get here. I don't know why. Oh, that's fun. The only books that I think I have read set in Alaska, I'm probably wrong, there are probably others, is the Simple Wild series, which I'm actually almost done, which is so funny. I said this um recently, is I took a big break between books 1 and book 2. But after book 2, I put the novella on Timmy's last month, or like this month in February. And next month, I'm buddy reading the final book with Kelsey. So, like, it's taken me a long time to read this series, but also I've read 3 books in the series pretty succinctly once I have read this last one. So, yes and no, it's taken me a long time, I guess. For some reason, I took a very long break between book 1 and book 2. I have no reason for that, as I gave the first one 5 stars, but it's what I did. Read The Songbird, and it's not my favorite in the series either. I really want to see if the next one improves, though, because of how it ends. Oh, it leaves with like a little bit of like a cliffhanger, as I mean, most fantasy romance books do. That's not uncommon in the fantasy romance genre, or really in fantasy genres of all kinds. Okay, we have hit the end of the comments. So I am going to dive into Fourth Wing. Who would have ever thought that would have come out my mouth? But we're that's what I'm doing today. And I will see you all in an hour, friends. Happy How did your sprint go? I got just under 40 pages read, and I'm now at 52% of Fourth Wing. And yeah, I know we were chatting about it at the end of the sprints. And again, I can't really talk totally about what I'm doing. It's a little bit of a secret project, but I did mention in the comments, because people were very excited to see me reading this, that not only have I been talked into reading Fourth Wing, but I have been talked into reading all 3 books for this secret project. So for the next few weeks, you are just going to see me reading all the books. So here we are. Now, 1 second before we get into chatting, hold on. I got to get rid of this. I'm going to put up this one, and I'm going to do this, and then add Neva. I was like, there's so many things to click. Hello, Neva. How are you?
Hello. I too am reading Fourth Wing for a
I wonder why.
secret thing that no one knows about. You're welcome. Yeah. How have we been talked into this? I don't know, but
I don't know either.
it's fine. I'm going to be doing all audio today just because I have things.
Suspicious.
That's suspicious.
I cannot confirm or deny this, to be honest.
I also cannot confirm or deny. So, why did they change the way my Audible looks? That's weird.
Oh, no.
Anyway, who's been listening to? Oh, probably my brother. I was like, who has been listening to that? Not me yet in the year. Yeah, I'm also reading Fourth Wing. So I'm actually hoping to listen to most of it in the weekend.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was supposed to start it yesterday, but I'm gonna be real. I read nothing yesterday. No, that's not true. That's not true. I did read for 50 minutes yesterday. Because I'm working on like a Patreon blog. But luckily for me, I'm doing it till the end of the month. So I told myself, like, if you don't do this every single day, like, it's not a big deal, you know? But it's one of those, like, I have to read for, I like use a spinner wheel, and the spinner wheel tells me how long I have to read.
Yeah.
And it's in increments of like 15 minutes from 45 minutes to 2 hours.
That's always a fun challenge, though, honestly.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, but Fourth Wing, I'm not counting it for that because I don't want to talk about Fourth Wing in a different vlog, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm going to listen to a chunk of Fourth Wing today, but then I also, at some point, if I know, oh, it's right here in front of my face. I need to finish Phantom today. I wanted to finish it yesterday.
I love that you come here on a Thursday to finish a book. Like, truly, we do this every week, friends, and it pleases me so much. Honestly.
I only have an hour and a half of this left, so I actually may knock it out in the next sprint, or knock it out in the next sprint and a half, and then go to Fourth Wing.
Can you send me a picture of that on Voxer?
Of course, because I do want to finish this, and honestly, at this point, I'm just dragging it out because I don't want it to end. Because I actually am enjoying this book.
I understand that,
which is weird because it's the same person that wrote Haunting Adeline, and we know how I loved that book.
You know, sometimes it's not the writer, it's just the story. You know, you just didn't like one story, but you like another, and that's okay.
And truly, it surprised me because this one is a spin-off of that.
Oh, gotcha.
This is so, like, in Haunting Adeline, I don't know about hunting because your girl didn't make it that far. Okay, I only made it 69% into Haunting Adeline before I was like yeeted it out the window. There's journal entries,
yes,
that are written by her great grandmother, Gigi, and that's who we're following in this.
Oh, got you.
So this is like a back. This is like takes place in the 1940s. Which, who knew I would be into historical dark romance? That's fine.
You know, you just
But this
Things we discover about ourselves.
the vibe of this is what I was expecting from Haunting Adeline.
Okay, yep. So you're just like, the vibes are working for you better.
Yeah, like, it almost makes you wanna try to reread Haunting Adeline. I'm not gonna do that, though. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
Like, cannot commit.
I'm
Cannot commit to
afraid
that.
that it will, like, ruin the experience of fandom for me if I try to go back and reread it. But I am actually really enjoying this one.
Well, I'm glad. I'm so glad you're really enjoying it. I noticed that I have the timer set for a 10-minute break, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break, not 10s, and I'm gonna fix that during the next chatty
Oh,
bit.
when I'm by myself, I set it for a 5-minute break
I was like, why
on
do we have
Mondays.
that set for 10?
And
Absolutely not. We're too chatty for that when it's the two of us. There's no way. 15 is
and
all.
then I'll have a friend on, right? And
Yes.
the 5-minute break will go off, and I'll be like,
You're like, what? We blinked.
"What happened?" And then I'm like, "Oh, this is only a 5-minute timer.
I was
My
like,
bad."
that's not gonna work. I'll fix that in the next sprint, friends. It's fine. We'll fix it. 36%, 12%. Oh, Jill's reading Pucking Around, by the way. Joys. Made some coffee.
We love a pucking around read,
I
to
knew
be
you'd be
honest.
excited about that. I said that in the first run. I was like, Viva
Who
will be thrilled.
who was
Hi,
I talking I was
Sarah.
talking to somebody about that series the other day. I don't remember who because I talk about it so much that
I know that much. Was not me. We are buddy reading Emily Wilds at some point, Neva and I. Don't know when.
Yes. Whenever you're ready, I keep the audiobook keeps coming through on the Libby app for me, and I just keep pushing it back by like 3 days. So
I want to finish the Dark Oz series before we do any other buddy reads. Like, I want
that's
to
what I
finish
figured, but I just
that.
don't want to lose access to the
No,
audio.
you
So I
gotta
don't want to put
your
like
hold.
cancel my hold. So I just keep pushing it back by like 3 or 7 days.
Exactly. I do this all the time. I know what am I doing, Rachel?
Reread.
Honestly, all three. But I just wanted to let everybody know that when you see me reading Iron Flame and Onyx Storm over the next few months, that doesn't necessarily or over the next few weeks, that doesn't actually tell you that I'm moving on because I liked the first book, if that makes
It
sense.
tells
Like
you literally
I've
nothing.
already it's a set deal. I have to read all three. So it doesn't tell you anything.
Also, Ari was the first person I told that we were reading.
Ari must be so excited.
She's here because she had to stay home.
Ari, are you so excited we're reading Fourth Wing?
Are you excited that we're reading Fourth Wing?
I'm so glad.
Listen,
If
I told
anything
her
else, I'm glad it makes you happy.
she's been sick for a week now.
Yeah.
But I told her the other day that I said, "Oh, Ari, by the way, you'll never guess what Auntie Brittany and I are gonna read." And she said, "What?" And I said, "Can you
Fourth
guess?"
Wing.
And she said, "Fourth Wing." And I said, "Yeah." And
No, first I said,
what did you say? You said something else first, I think.
forgot.
But she called it the wrong thing, but I knew what she meant.
Right.
And then when I said to her, I said, I know what you mean, but it's Fourth Wing. She jumped around this room like
I'm
she
so
had not had the
glad.
stomach flu for like 4 days before that.
Oh no. But I'm so glad. I mean, yeah, just reading it last month, maybe not quite time for a reread yet, but like
Soon.
here we are. Soon, maybe. 14 pages. Wash my face and teeth. Nice. Getting ready for the day. Hi, Kiana. How are you? Kiana is with us reading Fourth Wing. We love when those things come together. 17%. Almost read Punking Around for this room, but it's so long. I didn't want to stress myself out with the time crunch. That makes sense. Yeah, like leave it for when you can take your time with it.
Listen,
books, you know?
So here's the thing, okay? Your girl put this book on here because the last time that I didn't put Pucking Around on for a like host fave, people were angry with me because everybody decided to read it for the Amazing Readathon, and it was not
a host fave.
And it was not my host fave. And I had done it on purpose because the first book is so dang long, and I tell people that they should, to get the full experience, read from the beginning. So I was like, well, that seems like a long book to put on there that's not a fantasy. And then everybody got mad. So I was like, you know what? From now on, every time I need a host fave, is going on there.
Yes.
Because you
It's
can
just
get
like
the
what you're-
audiobook, and the audio has both the prequel and the full-length novel in it. So you can knock out both in one sitting, right?
Mhm.
But also I understand if you don't want to read it, but also it does give you, if you're a, what is that, a senior detective?
Yes.
It'll give you bonus points because it'll give you bonus for LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only is there like themes, like characters, but also the author is LGBTQ as well. So
Hi, Nicole. Also, I didn't know you're reading The Women. This is news to me too, Nicole.
listen, no fiction Nicole, okay? Because that's what I call you, because there's just so many Nicoles in this
There are.
sect of the world. I am reading The Women. I will be officially picking it back up in March because I started it in December as an audio / ebook read.
Mhm.
And I've decided that I need to own a physical copy of this book in order
That makes
to
sense.
get the full enjoyment of it, because I want to be able to tab it. And I
Mhm.
thought about just going to the library and getting a physical copy, but then I was like, no, you're going to want to physically like tab this, and I'm not going to put tabs in a library book. That seems weird. I mean, you could, but then you have to take them out. That seems stupid. So when I pick this back up in, what did I say, in March,
Yeah.
I will let you know, and then we can talk about it. I did make it like 5 or 6 chapters in because I'd already cried at like chapter 2, and I text Katie and Kelsey, and I said, "What the hell did y'all give me to read?"
A Kristen Hannah can make you cry.
But
Just a fact.
listen, I am of the opinion that my friends just enjoy torturing me, because this is the second book Kelsey has given me at this point that she knew would put me into a fit. And the first one she gave me was Magnolia Park's The Long Way Home.
She
And I
did
read
do
that
to you.
for a vlog. Like, I couldn't not read it.
Mhm.
I read it for, so if you want to see me freshly off sprints after crying for like 10 minutes, that's in my reading Kelsey's favorite books vlog.
It's true. It's true. I mean, you and I both will cry at a book fairly easily, though. We are book crier people.
It
Like,
takes
let's be
nothing.
honest.
It
doesn't take much.
and here's the thing
for
is,
us.
I will cry if it's happy, and I will
Me
cry if
too.
it's sad. You're not
I
going to know.
100%. I teared up reading Out of the Woods by Hannah Bottom Young. I teared up. That's a romance, friends.
Is what I'm saying. Like, it does not take a lot for me to cry during reading a book.
It really doesn't. We are going to head into another sprint, though, and I'm going to fix that timer to be a 15-minute break because we want a longer break than 10 minutes. So I'm gonna fix that while we're sprinting, and I'm gonna make a overlay. So if you can send me the book you're reading so that I can make an overlay, I'll do that as well.
I just did.
Thing.
I just sent it to you.
Ah, thank you so much. Oh yeah, I do have a Voxer. Look at that. Okay, I'll see you in an hour, friends. Before we get into how we all did during that sprint, we had a lot of people join. Like as soon as we went into that sprint, it was like, hello, 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 hello. And I watched you all pop in. So I just want to say hello to everyone really quickly because Christina is here with all the reminders, laundry, hit the like button, subscribe, all the things. Christina always has us covered. Sabrina, I'm sure you've already left because you were just popping in because you're, thank you so much. It is much appreciated. Bethany is also here, back from an appointment for my daughter and had lunch. Had a couple hours before we have to go to our next appointment, reading Middle Game. Hi, Alicia. Alicia is reading Quicksilver. We'd love to see it. And then we also had more reminders because I have the best like subscribers and friends in the comments that could ever be to remind you of all the things. Like I cannot tell you all how much I appreciate you. Hello, Elamara, how are you? For some reason, my brain stopped working there for a second and I couldn't read. Fine. Have book mail. What did you get? Grace is here and 45% in. Suri is here reading Love Lyrics whilst in an 8-hour virtual training. Ooh, that's a long day. And then we did have, this is the start of the sprints, but you'll see why I'm doing these next two comments before we get into where we were. Kendra did 90%. And then we also had Jen join us and listening to Hunger Games at 40% in. Okay, I'm going to star that there because that's when we get into how everybody did during the sprint and we'll say how we did. Neva, how did you do?
Well, I did not read very much. I'm gonna be honest. I only read for like the last like 10 minutes just because I ended up getting a phone call. Like as soon as we went into the sprint, I got a phone call.
Isn't that always the way?
So rude.
Sit down. People need
you. I was like, I'm just trying to finish my book, bro. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay. So I'm at 70% of this book. We're still vibing. We're still having the time of our lives. I am gonna finish this book today. So even if that means that I have to do Fourth Wing like later on, like sprints, either way, that will get done this weekend. Phantom will get done today. I'm not really going to talk a lot about it other than saying that we're Live Laugh Loving because it is going to be in my Kindle Unlimited clean out this month. Yeah, it's the first book for KU clean out. So.
And also, like, you kind of have to finish a book on Thursday. Like, it's just a tradition. And also, speaking of this weekend, Neva has 24-hour sprints this weekend, everyone. Yes, they start tomorrow at, Neva?
7 p.m. Eastern.
7 p.m. Eastern. And they're going to go for 24 hours. You're going to be hopping along to different channels for 24 hours. I'm assuming there's going to be a graphic if it's not already posted.
Yeah, I'm going to post a graphic in the next sprint. I actually forgot that I still needed to go do the graphics. So, I mean, I'm nothing if not last minute, to be honest. But this month it's going to be in this order. It will be me. Oh no.
Don't you have Brooklyn Aoife?
Shoot. Actually, I have to go change the thing because I have the wrong person. I forgot to switch somebody out. And they've kindly just reminded me. So it will be me, Brooklyn, Aoife, Amy, Jess, and then Margaret. Thank God I did not already post this because I had Julie, not Amy.
It's fine. We have so many friends. So that's happening not all weekend, for the next 24 hours starting tomorrow night. So there you go, friends. I got to, what did I get to? 59% of Fourth Wing during that sprint. And again, I can't tell you anything of my thoughts, but I'm getting through it, you know? So let's jump into the sprints and see how you all did. Made lunch and read a little bit more. What did you have for lunch? We have another lunch sprint and coloring. What did y'all have to tell us what you had? This is important information. Folded some laundry, got the toddler down for a nap and took a shower. Popped in because Vanessa's sprints ended. Thank you for joining us. I figured Vanessa must have ended because Vanessa said just a few minutes ago that she was heading to the gym. And I was like, I can't see her trying to go to the gym during sprinting. But I was like, you know what? Maybe she did a long sprint. I wasn't 100% sure. But I figured that was what had happened. So welcome everyone who came over from Vanessa's sprints. Got to 87% of Not in Love. 49% in Margot's Got Money Troubles. Oh, that's the whole thing. Margot's Got Money Troubles. It's too early in these sprints for me not to be able to read the comments. We're only 2.5 hours in, friends. 48% into The Sound of Light. Cries in Brittany's not being in her historical fiction era, but me loving this book. I am not in my historical fiction era. If you've seen my video for
You know what's so crazy? I watched that video and I was like, how the turns have tabled, bro. Because here's the thing, when I met Brittany,
yeah,
we bonded over the fact that neither of us read contemporary romance.
we did.
Because, like, at that time, I wasn't reading like fluffy. And by contemporary romance, I mean like rom-coms. When I say contemporary romance, I do mean like fluffy romance. I was very much, I mean, I still am. I never left, but I was very much in like my dark romance era. Like I wanted stalkers. I wanted all of that.
I know. We're totally different readers than we were because
and like I watched her video and I was like, how crazy, like how like our reading tastes have evolved. Because I have so much romantasy on my shelves, friends.
It's so different now. Because for anyone who is newer to the channel, like by newer in the last year and a half, in 2023, I had my contemporary romance era. It hit hard and it hit fast. And all I did was read contemporary romance. And then last year I went back to I used contemporary romance. I still read a lot of contemporary romance last year, but I definitely hit I wasn't in my fantasy era because I've always been a fantasy reader, but I returned back to my love of like big chunky
fantasies. Because I feel like you and I with big chunky fantasies, we ebb and flow. Because like right now, I'm really not in like a chunky fantasy era, which is interesting because I ended up actually replaying my TBR game. There are 2 books that I'm still gonna read, which is Does It Hurt and Gothicana, because Gothicana is a buddy read. But I have 3 relatively chunky romantasy books on there.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I have so much like chunky fantasy. I could just read a chunky fantasy. And I'm like, I'm not in the mood for a chunky fantasy. But I have Where the Moon Hatched.
Yes.
The Stars Are Dying. And I'm going to do the tandem read for Powerless Powerful just because it needs to get off my shelf, bro. Like, I either need to read it or I need to unhaul it. Like, it's just been sitting here for like, and I own the first 2 books and the novella.
Do you know what's hysterical to me is that you can totally tell that I am currently in my fanro era by the fact that all 3 of those I've read. Like I've read them and you haven't. Like that's how crazy it is.
Is that I didn't realize the second book in the Stars Are Dying series had already come out. I thought it wasn't coming out till next month. So I went and looked because I was going to pre-order it because I pre-ordered the 3rd one.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to talk about it. Anyway, I don't care if I hate these books. I have to own them. As pretty they're so pretty.
They are so pretty. It's not bad. It was just okay for me. Does that make sense? Like I gave it like a 3. It wasn't bad. It was just okay. Also,
I just need to like the first one enough to move on because the second one is like a red book and the 3rd one is a purple book. And I'm like, I have to have these on my shelf.
Yeah.
I must have them.
They're really gorgeous. Like I mean, I kept it. I didn't get rid of it. It's too pretty. It can be.
I'm not getting rid of my Sprayed Edges books. Well, the exception here is if my brother decided he wants to read 5 Broken Blades, but if he doesn't like it, it's gotta go.
Oh yeah.
Because I do give my siblings first dibs. Like it technically is up on Pango, but if he tells me, like he told me he wanted to read it, so I think I'm gonna go remove it from Pango for now. I do give them usually first dibs on anything that I'm going to unhaul that is a book that I think that they would enjoy, because if they're going to read it, then I'm not going to unhaul it.
Well, that makes sense. Exactly.
And if he's going to read it and then wants the second book, I'll even go buy him the second book. I
do this with mom because mom reads a lot and we read different things. So a lot of times if I didn't love a book,
she might.
If there's a certain reason, like my Emily Henry's, when I got rid of my Emily Henry's, I was like, she will love these. She loves like a contemporary fiction book. Like I'm like, it's not me, but like she's gonna love that. Like I
think I'm gonna have to do a rating after the new Emily Henry comes out, because there's a new one coming out this year
in like June or July.
Kind of like what you did with the Allie Hazelwood. I should do it with Emily Henry because I love Emily Henry. I've only really had like one book that I didn't really love, which was the pink one, Happy
Oh,
Place.
Happy Place. Yeah, I haven't read. All I read was People We Meet on Vacation and Book Lovers. Neither were my cup of tea.
I do agree that you should
So
at least try Funny Story because I do think that you would like it.
I said that in my Goodreads video yesterday that went out.
Yeah,
Again,
I
if anyone
watched it.
wants to see me just show you how much my reading taste has changed, go watch that video. It's
Because
hysterical.
you were like, I will try this because everybody says I would love it. I
Yeah.
really do think that you would love Funny Story because honestly, after Happy Place, I was skeptical of Funny Story.
Yes.
And then I read it for a book club and I literally read it in 48 hours.
I honestly don't even know anybody who didn't like Funny Story. Like, I don't know that person. If they exist, I haven't met them.
I don't think I've even seen like a bad review on Funny Story.
Although truly, if anyone is going to rain on the parade of a popular book, it's going to be me.
To be honest, I read the new Riley Sager, what is that, Middle of the Night, the newest one, because he has another one coming out this year, but it's his newest publication like to date.
Yes.
And I was actually pretty disappointed that I only gave it 3 stars, but I didn't like the way that the ending was.
That's fair.
I vibed with it until we got the twist at the end and like we found out like who committed the crime, and I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah. Well, you have to do, oh my goodness, Tasha, donaires. For anyone who isn't on the East Coast, will not even know what this is. But this is an East Coast Canadian thing. And I'm so happy for you. And I hope you enjoy because they're delicious. It's hard to describe, to be honest.
That's
it's
fair.
Sort of roast. I think we've discussed this before, to be honest.
We probably have, but I'm not Canadian, so I remember nothing.
And it's only the East Coast of Canada that eats it. I mean, the West Coast, I think some places will like make donaires. They don't do it right. It's not correct. It is wrong.
It is wrong.
It is wrong. It doesn't taste the same. You have to come to the East Coast or go to a place in the West Coast that's run by someone from the East Coast.
Like like somebody from the East Coast needs to make it.
Correct. And it's like I don't even really know truly. I remember saying this last time. I think it's like lamb, maybe ? Anyway, it's like a big amalgamation of meat that's like spit roasted, and then they shave it into like thin bits and put it on a pita with donair sauce. So again, donair sauce is not something you would have any reference for. Anyway, right. They're delicious. They're great. But I saw that and I went, ooh, Canadian. And I already knew Tasha was from Canada, but I was like, oh, that's a Canadian. That's
definitely Canadian.
We are eating Canadian food in the comments. Had lunch and watched some YouTube. Yay! Go, Aoife, because I was told that I have to yell at you for not working. So I'm glad you're working so I don't have to yell at you. Because realistically, I know that some people will yell at people when they're not working. I'm not really one of those people.
Oh, I definitely texted the group chat yesterday and was like, can someone yell at me so I read?
Yeah, but I don't do that. I'm just like, but you need rest. I'm a too big a proponent of rest.
Yes, I know. That's why I didn't message you privately. Right.
No,
I knew somebody would come out, and Margaret said, Viva, read. And I was like, all right, that's all I needed. Thank you so much. And then I read for my 50 minutes.
Yeah, we're different. We have different not levels of friendships, because we're all the same level of friendships, but like different types of friends. And I'm one that's like, take your self-care, take your rest.
That's also who I am as a person. I'm like, our schedules are tools, not chains. What doesn't get done today can get done tomorrow.
100%. And that's just who we are as people. Livia, God Killer. Is this your first time reading God Killer? I need to know. Also, the Tainted Cup, I've heard fantastic things about. I do eventually need to read this.
I'm sending you a Voxer in the next sprint because I will be reading God Killer this year.
I'm so excited. I don't know what this comment is for. I'm sure I should.
I know what it's for. Hold on. I'll go grab the book so that you know.
I'm so glad, because I was like, what is this? I'm sure I at one point knew, but maybe I didn't.
So maybe this is the original book, The Stars Are Dying.
Yes, the stars are, yes,
and
the
then
stars are dying.
The second and third book, one is pink, one is red, and one is purple. So it's going to be this.
Great edges are too.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be this same, like, pretty, like, foil, and then you get, like, the edges on it,
Yeah.
but the edges match the book. So this one's, like, black and gold, and then the next one is, like, black and red, and the next
Purple.
one after that is black and purple.
No, the second one's purple.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the second one's black and purple, and then the third one is black and red.
Yeah, they're so
And
pretty.
I'm hoping that they have these gorgeous, like,
Printed covers?
naked covers because I actually want to. Here's the thing, when I do read this, the cover is just not going to be on it. Like, I'm just going to put the cover on top of my bookshelf because I can hold it up like this and you still know what book it is.
That's when I was vlogging, I never put the dust jacket on. I just left it that way.
Like,
I was like, you can still tell
exactly what book it is, dude.
what it is.
And it's such a gorgeous naked cover. Like,
this is why I'm willing to try funny stories because everyone has told me this.
Here's the thing. I liked Book Lovers was the first one by her that I read that I liked because I actually DNF'd Beach Read 3 times. And then finally when I came into my like contemporary romance era, I was like, let me retry these other two, which were Beach Read and People We Meet on Vacation. And I gave both of those, I think, 4 stars. I gave Book Lovers like 4.5 stars.
Yes.
But my favorite, and then I gave Happy Place, I gave 2 stars. I mean, Leandra gave it 1.
Leandra hated that book with a passion.
Here's the thing, and I said to Leandra, I said, here's the thing though, I vibed with Happy Place till about 70%. And it was her friends that really made me be like,
that
this
was Leandra's problem too.
Book I've ever read in my life. Like, I don't understand why we're doing this. But funny story, I loved from beginning to end.
Yeah. I that's the next one. If I pick up an Emily Henry, it will be funny story. Like, there's no way I will pick up anything else first. And then if that somehow gets me back into it, then there you go. I love New Girl, so like
funny story does give New Girl vibes.
Fair. I love New Girl. With that though, I am going to star the comments because the timer did go off and we're trying to stay productive on Thursdays. We don't always, but you know, we try.
Your girl needs to finish this book.
Seriously. So I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back to Sprints. Before we get into how we did, again, we're going to do the hellos because we had friends join us and we love having friends join us. We have Rainy. Hi, Rainy. Rainy's reading Dagger and the Forbidden Air. Laura is also here reading Baby Dragon Cafe. We are going to be reading this at some point. Neva has a new video, friends. So
Yeah, I will say I'm not super happy with this one. I don't think I did that well on it, but
fabulous.
it's the one that everybody voted for, so there will be a second one. I'm not going to tell you what it is. If Brittany thought really hard about it, she could probably figure it out.
Oh, I do know what it is.
But
I have an idea.
Yeah. I have a second one that's coming that I feel like was way better. So
okay. Well,
I probably will
for both of them.
Try to edit it in the next sprint because I do have to do a little bit of editing because I'm coloring on my iPad instead of diamond painting. So.
Also, hi, Anna, reading Iron Flame. I'll be there shortly because I'm now reading all three. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Did some cleaning, office work, and now I'm updating Storygraph and organizing my Kindle. Nice. Kendra finished a book, 5 stars. I believe this was Divergent, if I remember correctly.
I love that book, those books. The book, listen, I'm not gonna tell you to go watch the movies because they were trash. But the books, the books are so nostalgic to me. I would love to own them.
That's like that subsect of like YA fantasy trilogy. Well, some of them are longer than trilogies, but that we are like, they just have a special place in my heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, hello, Tab. How are you? Just finished What Happened to the McCrae's. Amazing book, start to finish. I love this for you. And I think that was the last hello, but let me just double check. Yes, it was. Okay, Neva, how did you do?
I have 1 hour left on this book, so I will get it done in the next sprint. I am, listen, I'm not going to tell you all my thoughts, but just know we are live, laugh, loving. Like, if anybody was paying attention to me during this sprint, I was like, truly. I don't know that this will be 6 stars, but it's going to get a high rating.
I'm happy for you. That makes me so
thank
happy.
God I finally, because here's the thing, I do want to support this author because she does support the LGBTQ community. And I do want to support a dark romance, well, all authors in general, but especially dark romance authors, because we found that there were a lot of dark romance authors that we read that they voted for the Orange Man. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm trying to build up my repertoire of dark romance authors that did not do that, because that's directly voting for book bans and against people. So no, thank you. And so I do have high hopes for Does It Hurt? That's the last book by her that I need to actually read. That's like a backlist book, and I own that one physically. Nell gave it to me in 2023 for my birthday.
Nice. I love when we get to those older books that we just have sitting around. Yeah.
So I did that. I also fixed the graphic for 24-hour sprint, so that will go up in the next sprint. I'm so sorry that it's last minute. Obviously, I got my first whipping cover up, and then I made the thumbnail for a Black History Month collab that I was asked to be part of. That'll go up at 8 or 9 p.m. tonight Eastern. Because the thumbnail's made, but it's not actually filmed. But the filming of it will take me less than an hour. It's just some recommendations to read. So
awesome. I'm excited. I got to 66% of Fourth Wing, so it is time to update the vlog, but I only have 1 page left in this chapter, so I'm going to finish the chapter first, and then I will vlog, because that just makes the most sense. So next sprint we'll be reading this page, and I would have read this page during that sprint had it just been
this much longer. Actually, that happened to me. I have 1 minute left in the chapter that I'm on, and I was like, okay, well,
teeny tiny bit longer, and I could have done that. So then I'm going to vlog, and then I'm just going to keep reading, because that's what we're doing. I did go and get a snack during that sprint, which was just these little, they're not gummies though. They're like Fruit Leather.
Yeah.
But they're cut, but they look like gummies. But they're
that's
better.
fun. I love fruit leather. Also because Rainey was here, just in case she's still here, I did get my bookmark too. I just wanted to let her know
You got a what now?
my Miss Scarlet
Oh, bookmark.
Team
Yeah.
Scarlet bookmark. So I just wanted her to like let her know that it got here. But
I need to open them on camera, but I have the Realmathon bookmarks in my possession because I live in Canada and I get things fast when Cassidy sends them, and it's so exciting to me.
I'm hoping to be able to at least get my team one.
Yeah.
It looked like when I checked Etsy yesterday, but that most of them are sold out. I'm hoping to at least get the Monarch one, which is my team one. But we'll see. If I miss it, I miss it. I'm gonna get a mug, I think, because she doesn't have any hoodies, and I'm not a huge like t-shirt person, and I don't really do crew necks.
Yeah.
So I was like, how can I support her?
We're the opposite in that. That's another place we're the opposite.
Yeah. Like all of my merch designs have a crew neck option because of Brittany.
It's literally for me. She will message me like, do you need a crew neck option? And I'm like, heck yes, I do.
There was a specific design that I made for Brittany because she'd asked for it. And I said, you wear crew necks, right? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, I'll make sure that all of my designs have crew necks.
It's a sensory thing for me. I can't do a hoodie because it feels like I'm being like, I don't know. It feels almost like claustrophobic to me. Does that make sense? Like I feel like I'm being strangled by the fabric. It's just too close to my face. It's too high up. I don't know.
I usually take
like that's the reason.
With bonfire hoodies, I found that when you wash them once or twice, the string comes out.
Oh,
and I just don't bother to put the string back in. So I'll wear it with the string in until the string comes out. And once the string comes out, that's it. But I tend, especially when I'm reading, if I'm cold, I will, instead of getting a blanket, I'll just immediately put my hood up.
Yes.
Because especially since I have, no hair, the heat is escaping out of my head.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If I have a hoodie, then it's easy enough for me to just throw the hood over and then I'm warm. Which is why I gravitate towards hoodies. Also, like, I mean, you live in a cold climate too, but I live in a cold climate where sometimes I don't really love to wear, like, I have like a beanie, but I don't love to wear it like a stocking cap.
Yeah.
I do wear it sometimes because it is super cute. It's like Hello Kitty with a puff ball on the top. But if I don't feel like wearing a hat, I know that I have a hoodie on and it's close enough to my head that it keeps everything warm.
I can't do hats. I do not. You know how some people look really cute in hats? I'm not one of those people. It just like the height of my head doesn't work for like toque. For us, it would be toques. You guys would call them beanies. But they don't work. Like I just have too much fabric left at the top. Or if I pulled it too far down, it's just too far down. And if I roll it, like it's too like there's just it doesn't work for me.
I'll say that I think I look cuter with hats if I have longer hair. Because what I'll do, like when I have like if I'm wearing a wig or if I have like my hair like in like long like dreadlocks or braids or whatever, because I will style it to go under the hat.
Yes. I just can't do hats. I don't look good. I don't look cute. I don't look cutesy. I even retried to get a toque recently during like Vlogmas because I was doing so many things like outside because I went to like the Evergreen Festival downtown. I was going to the tree lighting. Like I was outside a lot and I was like, okay, I'm going to retry a cutesy toque. And I was like at the store trying to find a cute toque that was like vlogs.
And they look so cute.
I look awful in a toque. I can't.
And they look so cute on other people that you're like, there has to be a way.
Like the really like aesthetic people on the TikTok and the Instagram who are like in their cute little hats. And I'm like, I look not like that. Like I watched a little bit.
I watched Hey Mimi. She's a commentary YouTuber.
Yes.
And she wears a beanie in every video. And I'm like, how do you look so freaking cute in every video with your hat on? Like, I don't understand.
I don't look cute in a hat. It's a saddening thing because some people really look really adorable. And also like when they're having a bad hair day, they can just like plop a hat on. Like how lovely. Right. But like, I don't have that option. It's very sad.
Yeah.
Also, Katie, hi friend. How are you? I feel like Katie and I are just ships passing in the night half the time just because our schedules are very different.
Yeah.
And it makes me sad. Katie, I need to do like Saturday sprints sometimes. Like you and I need to do like Saturday sprints at some point, just to see each other again because I miss you. Started packing for, although really I could say that for so many of my book friends. Like, I mean, because we're all so busy. We are all so busy.
I literally just said that to Julie
Find
the other
time.
day on sprints. I was like, we need to still hang out after Clue, dude.
Literally.
I miss your face.
I think it was you and I were talking that we needed to have like a night where we just like had all our Australian friends pop up because I have not seen them since I stopped doing Tuesday night sprints, because when I was doing Tuesday night sprints, I would see my Australian friends. But now I'm like, I don't see them as often and I miss everybody.
And I only see them really like as shifts passing in the night. Like Brooklyn has had sprints, but like, I mean, she is doing 24-hour this time, so I'll get to hang out with her for that. But like, she usually is sprinting at like 10 p.m. my time, and I'm like I'm getting ready to like settle and go to bed at that time.
Yes.
I'm not actually in bed yet, but I am like getting there. Team Monarch, yeah.
Me too. We're both monarchs.
So I did so I do like pop into her comments and say hi, but then that's all you get from me because I'm going to bed.
It's so hard. I could list so many friends that I'm like, I haven't seen you. Like, I mean, we've talked like behind the scenes, just like in, text messages, Voxers, whatever. So it's not like I haven't, although even some people, I'm like, I need to message you. Like, it has been a minute. Like and I know that's common with adult friendships. And I know that all of our friends are in the same place and also understand. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
like everybody, if you have it, I feel like most adults understand that like friendships, because adults can be very busy, there can be long stretches of time and you just like pick it up where you left off when you get back together, because that's just how it has to be.
right.
Like adults understand.
But it doesn't make you less sad.
But it doesn't make you less sad when it just like doesn't work out. You know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not the only one who can't do the hoodies around their necks. Like I feel, Sarah, like it must be a sensory thing, because obviously I'm not actually being strangled by the hoodie, but I feel like it.
So they do make crew neck sweatshirts that have front pockets. Margaret told me the other day what they're called, like kangaroo pouches or something like that.
Oh yeah.
But it seems like you can't buy them like for bookish merch.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's what bothers me, because honestly, I mean, if they had like a bonfire option, like if they had an option on bonfire for crew necks with a hoodie pocket, that's what I would put. I would have all three options, because then you kind of get the best of both worlds if you don't want the hood. My thing is, I also order my hoodies a size too big. I've always done this, and part of it is because I have glasses. Another part is because if I'm wearing comfy clothes, I don't want them to fit my body. I want them to be slightly too big.
You want like a nice baggy sweater.
I want it to be cozy, like not like form fitting, which is why like I actually have, I think at this point I have 6 bookish hoodies, but the only 2 that everyone sees all the time are this one, which is my Amazing Readathon, and one, because I'm about to actually reorder the hoodies I already have because I've gained weight now, so now they fit. And they're like fitted hoodies, and I don't want them to fit me.
I agree that I think at a front pocket would be so great, because also, let's be honest, because feminism is not as far as we would like, half my pants do not have pockets. So I need a kangaroo.
Or the pockets are this freaking big, or they're only
not functional pockets. Correct. So like I need the pocket, but I don't want the hood. So I would love this hybrid combo, truly. Also, Christina, I'm glad that you think so, but like I'll send you a picture of me in a toque next time I'm at the store where they're selling them, and I will prove to you that this is inaccurate.
I'll find you the picture of me with the first time that I wore my Hello Kitty. I mean, I wear it because it's freaking cold outside, and I just don't really care enough. But like, it has to be really cold for me to put it on.
Yeah, this is a great idea, truly.
Yeah, I want to try the Comfort brand.
Yep.
Because they make weighted hoodies. They make weighted sets.
Oh,
so you get a pair of. So they do sweatshirts and sweatpants.
Yes.
And honestly, I would love to sleep in those.
Honestly, that sounds fabulous. Yeah.
So I'm thinking about trying the Comfort brand out, just buying like one set. They are a little expensive.
So they had sets. That's so
Yeah,
intriguing.
they do hoodies and matching like joggers or sweatpants, something. Which honestly, I'll wear joggers in my house. I don't care. No one sees me.
Yeah. Oh,
And
I'm in sweatpants now.
Yeah, and their sets are super cute. Honestly, the other day I was watching something and they were talking about streetwear. I think it was like one of my Christian influencer videos that I was watching where they were like talking about how we should wear dresses more as women because femininity is coming back or something. I don't know. But they were talking about how like streetwear whatever it is like not feminine or something. Okay. But I was like we should I want to bring streetwear back. The freaking like hoodie, like the sweatpants with the crop tops.
Love it. Love it. I just like, I think we're in like, as I'm glad that I live in the time of like athleisure.
Yeah.
that it's perfectly acceptable to wear just comfy clothes as like regular clothes.
I'm not gonna lie, I need to buy some new clothes because I go like 5 years and then I don't buy any clothes for like 5 years. And then I'm like, oh, Ari's had new clothes every month for the last 5 years, and I've had no new clothes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Catch me wearing streetwear. Like catch me like wearing sweatpants with like cropped hoodies. Yes. Like just because truthfully, I'm about to do it with sneakers.
Yes.
Let's go. And I have some cute sneakers.
I love that you can so accessorize a sneaker. Like so much. So.
If you have cute sneakers, you can make an outfit with some cute sneakers.
100%.
Also, I'm about to buy the Hot Topic Elphaba dress.
Oh, that's fair.
I need it in my life.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Also, hello, Jean. We're just about to go into a sprint because we are at the end of the comments and the timer told us to. And we are, if nothing, trying to stick on time when we try.
We try. Okay?
We try. We don't always. We try. But I'll see you in an hour. How did your sprint go, everybody? Before we get in, I do just want to say hi to Josephine. Hi, Josephine. And also, I love that this has made you pare down your Goodreads TBR. Honestly, it took me ages. Like, yes, it's a 30-minute video, but it took me almost 2 hours to film. And I'm so glad that it's, getting people onto such things. It makes me so happy. And also, bye, Eva. And Tennille is back from work. We love to see it. And I hope you have a good time at the community center this evening. I'm going to start there because that's where the sprint ended. And Neva only has 2 minutes left on their read. So we're just going to let Neva keep reading and we're going to chitty chat until Neva's done because 2 minutes, friends, 2 minutes. No, just continue to read Neva. We're fine. I filmed a vlog update and I actually had to be upstairs doing a lot of things during that sprint. So I was like coming up and down. I was reading and then I'd have to go up, reading and I have to go up. I had a delivery show up, which I have to open, but I need to open it on camera because I'm pretty sure it's the copies of the rest of these books that I had to order for the vlog. So I'm going to open it on camera. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. If it's not that, I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure. And my copy of The Undertaking of Heart and Mercy, which is the Genre Blend Comp Club book for next month that we're doing a live show on March 8th. So obviously I needed a copy so that I could read the book. So I'm pretty sure that's all that's in that box, but I did get to 70% of Fourth Wing. So I'm getting to the end. I don't think I will finish on sprints because in this next one, I'm going to eat dinner and I will get a little bit more reading in. I think we'll probably get 2 more sprints in, maybe a third. I don't see how we'll get a third, but you never know. We're going to be here for 3 more hours. So it might be like a shorter third. We'll see. But 3 more hours, I'll get some more reading done in that time. Okay, so Kendra got to 16% of Scythe and Sparrow. Got out of bed and listened to some Taylor. We always approve of listening to Taylor up in here. I love watching Neva's face as she's finishing this book. It's great. It's because normally I'm not intently looking at the screen, but obviously I'm reading the comments off the screen. So I'm getting to watch you in the full finishing of your book. Vibe.
It's a vibe, right?
It's a vibe. How'd it go? How you doing? Do you need a minute? Maybe.
All I'm gonna say is this book is what I wanted Haunting Adeline to be. Like, I don't understand why Haunting Adeline could not be this book. Like, when I started Haunting Adeline,
yeah,
the vibes of this book is what I was expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get the whole like stalker who is like morally gray, like morally black, a terrible person, but like softens for her.
Yep.
That's what we got in this. In Haunting Adeline, we got a simp, bro. That's all we got. Like, because he went for, like, in Haunting Adeline, we're supposed to believe that he is like saving women and children from sex trafficking, which is great. That's a wonderful, like, commendable thing to do. But then you're literally like stalking and breaking into this woman's house.
Right. Yeah.
And then, like, she basically turns you into a marshmallow, which, like, I'm all for a cinnamon roll.
We love a golden retriever cinnamon roll main character, but in that context, it feels out of place.
But I don't want a cinnamon roll for a stalker.
No.
And I don't know if it's because this one takes place in, like, 1940s America, and, like, he's, like, a mobster. Like, he's part of the mafia and, like, all this. Or what? But, like, it worked for me. Like, it really worked. I'm giving it 5 stars. It's not a 6 for me.
That's okay. A 5 is amazing.
It's a solid 5 star. Like, I was highlighting things. I never highlight things on first read through. Like, I was highlighting things. Yeah. I'll buy this book to put on my shelf.
I love that for you. Isn't that always fun when you find a book where you like need to buy it? Like that's so good. Also agreed. Like watching Neva's face was so great. I'm glad we all got to really sit and hone in because it wasn't during it. It was during the chat. So we really all got to sit and experience it. And I'm happy for us all.
I'm happy for you that you got to experience. That's why I was like, they can see me on camera. I'll just tell them what I gave this. But I will in the next sprint film my vlog update for KU clean out. But this first one,
We're
Listen,
starting off on a good note.
The last 2 months of KU Clean Out have given me like all-time favorite books. Because last month, if you haven't watched, I'll just tell you, but go watch it anyway so you can see my reactions. But I read The Perfect Marriage by Geneva Rose.
Yes, which you finished on Sprints too.
A 6-star thriller. I don't give thrillers 6 stars.
No, we're not really strongly in our thriller era. So,
Like,
that's high praise.
And I cannot wait to read The Perfect Divorce when it comes out. Like, I cannot wait. Like, I will be buying the collector's edition of The Perfect Marriage.
Did you do Dark Oz for KU Clean Out too?
So it was in.
Or was that a different vlog? I can't remember now.
I think I ended up just like lumping it into January's because I loved it so much that I was like, I have to talk about this somewhere. 6 stars. Like, come on. Like,
we loved it. We had such a great time.
And like in February, I did get really discouraged at the end because I DNF 5 Broken Blades, and then I just felt like reading nothing.
But like that makes sense because it wasn't that good.
But it's literally because I went from like a 6 star to a 4.5 star. Well, a 4.5 to a 6 because I read Shadow and Bone. Yeah. And then the next book I picked up was 5 Broken Blades, and I was like, this is a terrible book. Like, and honestly, it was one line on page 21 that made me be like,
I remember I got a Voxer message immediately, and it was like, this is the moment. And it was the line of like, although we tend to do that, like you and I are friends that like, even if we're not reading the same book, even if we haven't read the book, we will, if we have good quotes or bad quotes, the other will see them.
Yeah. As long as they're not super spoilery.
As long as they're not spoilery.
And I knew that
I had already read 5 Broken Blades.
Yeah, I knew that Brittany had already read 5 Broken Blades because she had said, because I was like, I need to read this so I can buy the second book. And she was like, you're not going to buy the second book. She's like, don't even worry about buying it. And I was like, okay, well, I still need to read it because it's on my shelf. And it was on my self-destruct, I think, but it was also like in my KU because I had downloaded it on KU.
Yes.
And so I was like, well, I need to do something with it. And I got to page 21. I was listening to the audiobook, and she says, he tasted me like ripened fruit. And I said, and I turned it off. I was done. I returned the book to Libby. I returned that book so fast. Like, so fast. Done. I literally heard that line and said, nope, you lost me. And went into the thing and like returned it. Yeah. I was like, I'm DNFing this. Absolutely.
But truly, most of our quotes, because like we don't usually send quotes that are like important to the story. They're usually like either this was a weird sentence, or more often than not, it's us like with a romance, even if it's in a fantasy book, like it's a couple that says like something super sweet to the other person, and we're like gushing over like a sweet comment. Right. So like they're never spoilery because like in a romance, if there's a cute like quote, doesn't spoil the book.
You're gonna be like, oh my God, how cute. Like whatever.
Because that's what you've been getting from me lately. Because lately, so for anyone who doesn't know, it took me a long time to get a romance I did not DNF in 2025. It took me a long time. I DNF'd every single romance I opened for a while. And then I've had 3 back-to-back 5-star romances. So like, yes, I had a rough start, but it's turned around. So lately, Neva's just getting me gushing about like these book boyfriends that I am discovering.
To be honest, you're about to get, I know you don't read dark romance.
That's okay. You can say, well, I do a little,
not you do a little bit, but like not as dark as I read. No. But let me tell you, there are quotes I'm going to send you in the, like, I'm going to boxer them to you in the next sprint because.
Please do.
Because wow, that's all I'm saying. Also, I just want to let you know, Bessie, because I know that you will be so excited. I wanted to make sure it was for March's TBR, but March's TBR, I got a library book as a prompt. And when I spun the Libby wheel, I will be reading Mixed Signals.
Because not only, okay, hold on. Not only, I'm so excited, I can't even process the sentence. So not.
Brittany's been like, you need to read this for 6 months. I've just continued to renew it on Libby for 6 months because I haven't been able to fit it anywhere that makes sense. And then my Libby wheel or my thing said, a library book. And I said, all right, let me go set up my Libby wheel because I need to update it because I knew there were books on there that I no longer had in Libby.
Okay.
And I say in the vlog, I say, wow, or in the video, I say, Brittany is going to be so excited.
Not only, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to say. It's not only are you going to read Mixed Signals, which I think you're going to adore Caleb to all things because he is the golden retriever main character that you and I both love. But then after that, you get to read the quippy, bantery, sarcastic Charlie and Nova that I sheerly adored. So I gave them both 5 stars. I love them both. But like the fact that this, not only does this great book open the gateway to what I believe is the best book in the series, like you are, it's, oh, I'm so excited.
I'm going to end up owning this entire series. I own Love Light Farm.
I'm so excited.
But I never bought the second book because it went into being like traditionally published.
Yes. And I didn't love the second book. You didn't mind the second book as much as I did.
Yeah, the second book was fine, but also I'm just to the point where like if I'm going to own a series of books, I'm going to own the entire thing.
Yes.
Even if I don't, because there's always going to be in a series that has more than 2 books in
There's
it.
always going to be one that's like not the best.
Book I don't like at some point in time.
100%. And also because each book is different tropes, like some tropes are just not as much my favorite as another trope, right? Like that's just the way it is.
Truthfully, the only series that I've had where I've given all 3 main like full-length novels 6 stars so far is the Jacksonville Ray series.
Yes.
And probably people remember the little like semi breakdown that I had in my release day vlog for Pucking Sweet when I was like, this is only a 5-star book because I listened to the audio, and now I'm doing the reread physically and I'm like, oh no, this is truly a 6-star book, even with the accidental pregnancy trope in it, because she does it so well that like it makes it so that the story would not be complete without it. Like the story wouldn't make sense without it, and that's what I need in an accidental pregnancy trope. If you're gonna give it to me, then you have to convince me that this story couldn't have been written without it.
Yeah.
But like the Maple Hill series, Wildfire was only 5 stars. Like I gave Icebreaker and Daydream 6.
Same.
So like,
Wildfire is my least favorite of the 3.
There's always going to be a book somewhere that I'm like, and honestly, the little like Pucking Ever After novellas, I only gave one of those 6 stars, and it was because of the very last, it was the last 2 little scenes that we get that tipped it over the edge for me. But otherwise, they've only been like 4.5, 5 stars. They haven't been like super like, they haven't been 6-star reads for me because they're just small scenes that got put into a bind up.
I love this. I'm just living. I'm so excited. I'm so glad y'all are doing TBR clean out. I'm so proud of you all.
I should probably do this, to be honest.
I mean, it was necessary just because not that it wasn't necessary, like I didn't have like a huge number, but like a lot of times when we're doing collabs, we're giving out the Goodreads TBR to get people to pick from, and I'm like, but there's books on there I have no interest in reading. Like it doesn't. And
that's the thing is, I need to update my Goodreads TBR because even though I'm not good at keeping up with Goodreads, I will keep up with the TBR because most people function with Goodreads. Well, unless I remember to actually send them the Storygraph, because like when Rainey did my Every Romantasy, she said, should I check Storygraph or Goodreads? And I said, you should probably just check Storygraph. So I sent it to her because that's updated as far as like books I've read, if that's what you're going off of. Yeah, Brittany was excited. I knew she would be.
That's because she knows that I have been badgering her.
She's been like, hey, have you read Mixed Signals yet? And I'm like, no, Brittany, when I read it, you'll be the first to know. And she, like, the last time she asked me, she was like, dude, it's been months.
When did I read Mixed Signals? It has been early last year. It
has to, like, you told me to read it at least 6 months ago.
Oh, it's been longer than that because I read Business Casual.
That's true.
I read this in February.
So it's been like a year.
Been a year. I read it February 26th. And that would have been the day I finished it, actually. So I was reading it, a couple of days.
Literally I've been just renewing this book on Goodreads or on Libby and continuing to put it on hold for a year.
I love that for you.
It's fine. we finally the spinner wheel god said, "Hey, dude, this is
Finally, we're getting to it, friends. I'm gonna pause this because we only have a couple comments that I want to get to, and then we'll head out. I don't know what is this series, the Lord series. Do you know what this is? Because I don't.
Yes. Hold on, because you'll know it too as soon as
Because I had a question. I needed to ask. I was like, I need to ask the audience because I don't know what this is. So I don't even know which one we're talking about. This means nothing to me.
This is The Sinner. This was the darkest book that I'd ever read when I first started doing my.
Oh, yes. Okay, now I remember.
This is the second book in the Lord series. The first one is The Ritual. I didn't know that because they're technically like these are true interconnected standalones. So like you don't have to read them in order. So I read this one, and then I've also read one that's in a different series. It's not part of this series, but I don't remember what it was called right now. But it's a stepbrother, stepsister. Actually, it might be part of the Lord series, but it was a stepbrother, stepsister romance. But it didn't give me the ick because we knew in this one that the two of them were brother and sister, but they were like older teenagers. They were like 14 or 15 when their parents got married. So to me, I was like, whatever. And also, it's not like Little Stranger where every 5 minutes they're telling me that they're brother and sister.
Right. That was my problem. That was my problem. Not that powerless they were cousins, but they weren't even cousins. They were like just like raised as such. And I wouldn't have minded that had they not mentioned it every chapter.
Listen, when I finished Little Stranger,
it was too much. It was mentioned. It was a plot point. Like I didn't appreciate that.
Vanessa and I read this book, maybe for Smatella.
It must have been. Yeah.
And we were on sprints together, and I said, I said, let me look up how many times they mentioned brother and sister in this book. This book was a 250-page book.
Okay.
They said it like 199 times or something. It was ridiculous. No. I was like, they've literally said it almost every page, dude.
No, I can't do that. I love this. The library's like, why has she had mixed signals for a year?
They have. They're like, what is this girl actually doing?
That must be her favorite book. She just keeps reading it over and over and over.
But yeah, so the Ritual is the book that comes before this. I don't know if I really want to read The Ritual, and I paid $25 for this book at Barnes because it's still like it's not traditionally published. It's an indie club book.
Indie.
And I regret nothing.
I'm glad. I remember now when you read this, like as much as like I was like, what is this? I remember.
So I DNF'd it. I DNF'd it in 2020. And then almost exactly a year later in 2023 I picked it up and I finished it, and at the time it was the darkest book. And honestly, if this is your first foray into dark romance,
I don't think that's a good place to start.
I'm going to tell you not to start here, friend.
No.
Because I DNF'd it because it was one of the first dark romances I picked up after following dark romance creators on Instagram.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, we love this book, blah, blah, blah. But they had all been reading dark romance. Right. And I picked this up in chapter 7. There's a scene in there where an implement is used that shouldn't necessarily be used for things. And I said, oh, no.
You're like, no, absolutely not. I just love that we're all like, wow.
Sometimes I do, and I have to be badgered by my best friend to read it because she was really like, dude, this is getting ridiculous. Like, why are you reading this?
I have been. Before we go into our next sprint, I do want to say, hi, Servasha. I'm so sorry that you've been with Power all day because in the winter, absolutely not. And stay warm. And I hope it's back. I'm assuming that means it's back that you're here. Like that would be my assumption. I hope that that's the case, that you now can start like heating up your house and getting warm again. I'm going to go eat dinner because I'm very hungry. And then I'm going to read more Fourth Wing. That's kind of my plan until
I'm going to start Fourth Wing now that I'm finished.
I'll make a new overlay that has Fourth Wing, a combo pack. I'll see you in an hour. Hi, friends. I ate dinner, and what else did I do? I read a little bit. I made another coffee. It's decaf, but like I'm trying to trick my body into thinking that it's being caffeinated, to like wake it up a little bit. 'Cause, we're in the final stretch of this, but I still have bones. So like, there's a lot still today, so I need to awaken. I was voxering, as one does, and here we are. This is not anything to do with my thoughts of this book, but the amount of time she uses the word thing and I just start singing Wicked is often.
Girl, you and me both.
She really likes the word loathing, and I'm like, every single time, I'm like, loathing.
Unadulterated loathing.
Which, anytime I can find Wicked somewhere, I surely will. But I made it to 73%, so I'm definitely not going to finish today, which is totally fine. I did not have to. It was not a requirement to today's live stream, so that's fine. Neva, you started. You can't say your thoughts either. We are masks.
I can't. I did start. I made it to. I'm at like the beginning of chapter 3.
Nice.
I can't really say anything. I do need to actually start the video for this and then the thing, but there were too many people up here when I finished Phantom. So like I finished Phantom obviously in the last sprint, and then I updated the Kindle Unlimited vlog, and then I updated. Well, no, I need to update my Patreon vlog still because Patreon is getting one of the like the spinner wheel picks how long I have to read, but I'm doing only my currently reading as of the books that I was currently reading when I started the vlog. Nothing that's been added to it is going to count for this vlog. And then I also, when I updated my KU clean out video, I also figured out which one I was reading next. I'm doing KU clean out a little bit different this time. So I'm using a spinner wheel to pick how many KU books I have to read.
Oh yeah.
And then I spun the spinner wheel that many times, and whatever books came up was what I had to read. Nice. But I got a novella because I got The Housemaid's Wedding. I'm not super excited to read this book.
What is that even?
So, The Housemaid.
Oh, it is the Frida McFadden Housemaid.
It's like an 86-page bonus scene novella that's supposed to fall between books 2 and 3. But I'm not going to reread books 2 and 3 because there's a pretty sizable gap in time between books 2 and 3. But she like came out with this like right at Christmas time.
Okay.
It hit like around the same time as the Lauren Asher book.
Oh, the ginger. That looks really cute, honestly.
And the Lauren Asher book I read, I gave it 4.5 because it's a novella. Like I would honestly, if she gave me a full-length book with those characters, I'd devour it. It was good. And it gave like what is that show? Grey's Anatomy vibes.
Ooh, love.
Like, so I really did enjoy that one, but it came out around that time, and Katie said she didn't really want to read it, so she said I could talk her into it, but I'm not going to convince somebody to read something they don't want to read.
And especially when you're like not really that excited to read it. And that's a hard stretch. Yeah.
I'm probably like going to read it like at the end of the night, to be honest.
Yeah.
It won't count for my Patreon vlog anyway, so it'll probably be like my book that I read before I go to bed because it'll take me like an hour to read. So I'll just read it before I go to bed tonight, get it off the list, call it a freaking day.
Get it done.
I don't think I'm going to give it a very high rating, but at least this way I can say that like
you've read the whole series,
And honestly, if she comes out with anything else in this like housemaid saga, I'm just not going to read it.
Fair,
to be honest, because like I did like the 3 books that we got. They were good. They were a fun time. Time. But yeah, and then I colored on my iPad while I was listening to Fourth Wing. So
Very nice. Hello, Ash. Welcome. How are you? Read 28 pages, 67%, and had a sandwich. Nice. Hi, Lexi. Just got home from work and took a shower. Tidied up a few things. Need to get dinner started. What are you having for dinner? And did a spinner wheel task. Finished my book, 4.5 stars. That's pretty good. Halfway through my pages for the day and heading out to pick up my son shortly. Sounds good. Didn't read helping my mom decide what team she wants for Realmathon. Might I recommend Monarchs?
I will also recommend Listen, all you're gonna get with the two of us is come join the Monarchs.
That's it. Are we associated in any way? No, but are we on that team? Heck yes.
We are.
I only picked it because I couldn't pick for friends because we have friends on every single team. So that was not pickable for us. Because you know it was Sophie's choice here of friends. Like we couldn't do that. But political fantasy and politics of any kind.
I've been very open about the fact that Brianna did recruit me, but also Brianna's recruitment worked because of like what Bernie said, like the political fantasy and like. You know, we're trying to be in our romantasy era. Like, are we there? I don't know, but we're trying to be. And I just feel like this is the way that we do it. Because Katie was like, you could have joined my team and then you could just read like authors and authors that you've already read. And I was like, yeah, but that leaves me in a comfort zone. I got to get out of the comfort zone if I'm going to discover romantasy era.
Right. Well, and I also knew that I was going to be continuing The Faithful and the Fallen in March. So it did kind of like knowing what was on my TBR, it made sense.
Listen, I also got 3 romantasy books.
It made a lot of sense.
For March. Okay. Well, I guess 4 if you count Powerless and Powerful as like 2 different books.
I think them as 2 different books.
But I mean, I'm going to. What is this called? You're
tandem reading them, but you're still reading 2 books.
So yeah, they will be like logged as 2 different books, but I am reading them in tandem. That's how, because I just don't feel like reading the same storyline twice.
1 second, really quickly. I'm going to say hi to Denise and star this because I just saw this question come in at the bottom, and this is a good time to get this question in since we are talking about the readathon. So Realmathon is a readathon happening for the entire month of March. It's a really great readathon because it is competitive, but also there's a lot of room for mood reading in this readathon, which is great. And it's very easy to participate in no matter what kind of reader or how much you read. So there's 4 different teams. Also, this is created by Covers by Cassidy. So if there's a mod who would like to drop the link to the announcement video, it would be the most appreciated and I would love you forever. It's created by Covers with Cassidy. There's 4 teams. Basically, we each have there's like a map and there's a landmass that we are trying to protect. And you can either get points to protect your team or get points to attack another team and take points away from them. And there's a list of prompts for attacking and defending. So you read a book and then you basically decide which prompt works and you submit it. You can submit up to 5 prompts of either attack or 5 prompts of either defend per book, but it doesn't have to be 5. Like if your book only has 2, that's fine too. Like it's very easy. What I tend to do for Realmathon, and I have since it began, is I will just read a book and then I will go see how many attack points I can get, how many defense points I can get, and whatever number is biggest, that's what I do.
This is also how I do it. I make a whole spread in my reading journal, which my reading journal is actually about to change. Like my reading journal will be changing either during Realmathon or right after. So it's going to be very interesting.
I feel like now would be a great time to open the Realmathon bookmarks.
Let's do it.
Like seriously.
Let's just do it on the live stream right now.
I was going to film this for other things, but I can still film the beautiful bookmarks.
Right.
Hold on, friends. So these arrived today, which is why they're sitting here waiting to be filmed.
But I will make a spread because then when I look at the spread, I can see what all the points are. And then that's what I do as well. Is I just
look at this, like the stickers, like Cassidy, ma'am, you're amazing. Hold on. I love that there's stickers with the Carrion City on there, like that she made. She goes the extra mile. Like, let's be honest. Oh, that's true. I can clip this too. That's
right. You
could
just clip it.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. I was like, do I know which bookmarks for what team? But obviously the animals are right on the front. So yes.
It's fine.
It's fine. I've been here for almost 7 hours, friends. Okay.
What was
Team
that?
Monarchs. Look at
So
my
pretty. Bro,
Cassie.
I hope that at least there's a Team Monarchs one, even if it's the only one I get. Like, that's okay.
I got the combo pack just because Cassidy, as you can see, they're beautiful. So Ravens.
Well, and she doesn't have any still in there. I don't know that she's ordering anymore.
No, I don't know if she's gonna restock. I have no idea.
If she doesn't restock, it's okay. I'll just grab what I can. And I'm gonna get a cup. A mug. Those are so pretty.
Look at the colors. I love the multicolors and the shimmer. Oh, my nerves. And stags.
They're so pretty.
I
still have the like OG down the smut hole bookmark.
Yes.
Which was the first bookmark that I think Cassidy made it.
Oh, she probably did.
And it was the first bookmark that we got for 72 hours like readathon. And it's the only one that I ever bought, but I had to have it, even though I'm not a huge purple person, but like it's a smut bookmark.
100%. There is a Discord. It's linked in the announcement video. So everything that you need, and honestly, the Discord's super chill, which for competitive readathon is great too. Like it's not always a given, but like it's super chill and great. Like I love Realmathon. I've always done Realmathon. This is what, the third year of Realmathon? Third?
Something like that.
I've done them all. I don't know. Lost track. Realmathon's a great readathon. So yeah, the link is there because Christine is amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, 4.0. So 4. It's right in the title. Again, we've been here for 7 hours, friends. You're just going to get us at our natural state at this point. Where was I in the comments? I definitely starred them.
You did star it.
I did. Downloading all the Kindle books may take the rest of my life. Fair.
I did talk about this in my stories yesterday. I'm not going to. I'm not even going to bother.
I'm not either.
Because to be honest with you, and I said this in my story, like I made a little highlight thing because you only have like till the 26th. Yeah. I contemplated it for about 2.5 seconds. And then I was like, I'm aware of the fact that like when you purchase an Amazon, like a Kindle book, like an ebook, it says in the thing, like when you go to purchase it, it says that you're only purchasing a license.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deviate from the Kindle, to be honest. I mean, people can feel how they want about that, but I'm not going to. I'm just not. Like at this point, I've used a Kindle since 2008, and like I'm not about to like deviate from that. But also, if it really comes down to that, I lose access to books that I have as ebooks and I love them, I'm going to buy
the physical copies. Yeah.
And I know not everybody like has that privilege, but that's where I'm sitting at, is that I really don't buy books at full price on my Kindle.
Yeah.
Unless it's like I do have like certain series that I absolutely love that I reread, and it's just more convenient to reread them on my Kindle. Yeah. But really, like my Kindle is mostly Stuff Your Kindle Day, Arcs, and Libby.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't, and when I do buy Kindle books, they're either because I don't know that I'm going to like them, or because they're heavily discounted and I already own them on my shelf. So, like, I have a copy of When the Moon Hatched. I bought it for $1.99 on a Kindle deal, and it's the only reason that I own it on my Kindle. Otherwise, I would have just either gotten it from the library or broken out my physical copy.
Yeah, that's all. Pretty much my Kindle is exactly the same. The only time I will like buy a physical, or not a physical, like a Kindle full price book is like the other weekend when I did the last book for the Holly Jackson series. Is I knew I wanted to read. I didn't just want the audio. I wanted the book.
And
I had decided to read that the day I was reading it. So I couldn't go to the bookstore, like it was the middle of the night. I couldn't go get one. And also I wasn't sure if I was going to love the last book. So I didn't necessarily want to spend money on the full physical book. And secondly, I couldn't get it from the library because again, I had decided to read it the Friday I was going to read it. Like there was no time. So
if I need a book,
I wanted it, I had to do Kindle.
If I need a book immediately, like right now, this moment, then I will pay full price on the Kindle, but it's very rare that I do that. And a lot of times what I will even do is, because on Kindle, the hand it to me. The like when you buy series of books, I will buy series of books on Kindle because they are pretty heavily discounted if you're buying, especially if you're buying like a big series. Like I bought Throne of Glass originally as Kindle books and audiobooks because they were heavily. Because I don't have it right now physically. Here, but I did purchase like that entire series on my Kindle.
Yeah.
And then when I started, I was like, oh, I want the OG, like.
Right. You wanted the OG covers. Yeah.
So I bought the whole thing for $150. It was like $100, I think, because it was heavily discounted. So like, I'm not a person who uses my Kindle as like my main library.
Yeah. But this was more me. And I understand if you are constantly downloading them, then I would do the same thing. I would download them now while you can. Like that makes sense. But I have never once done this in the entire time I've owned a Kindle.
Yeah.
I don't foresee me starting to now because I've just never done it. I read on the Kindle, my Kindle books. I don't take them off the Kindle. So like it didn't make sense.
Oh. Okay, say hi to Brittany.
Hi, Ari. How are you? Are you feeling better?
Yep.
That's good. I'm glad because I knew you were sick, and that makes me sad when you're sick because I want you to be the best and feeling the best.
All right, go drink your Sprite.
Mother.
What? Someday we'll visit
Come to
Brittany.
Canada.
It's on my bucket list, dude. One day we're going to go. I don't
We want
care.
to go live. We want to live with her.
I bet.
She wants to start our what is it called? Our commune.
We'll see what we can do. But we will definitely. So it is on my list that we have to go visit Brittany at some point.
I would love this.
A bucket list is like what you can do in or with a bucket, Mom.
This is literally something that Neva and I talk about weekly, to be honest. And it's a joking thing, but at least once a week, we're like, just move here. We'll buy a plot of land and we will start our own. We will have a little cabin for you, We'll become homesteaders and we'll read books. Like that's.
And then we just have like a night, like a bigger cabin, like in the middle that we can
like visiting. Or like when our book friends want to come visit, like we can be welcoming.
And we can like sprint in there. You know what I mean?
Friends, we have discussed this at least once a week. We discuss this truly at least once a week. We have this discussion. It will never actually happen, probably, but like truly,
but we love to dream.
It's our dream. It's a dream that we have.
We'll see. All right, go. Watch your show. Drink your soda or your Sprite.
But it's time to get into the last sprint, friends, because we only have one left. Where does the day go? It always just flies. It flies. 8 hours flies because in another hour and another chat, we will have been here for 8 hours. Crazy. Yep. Although I can tell by that we've somewhat are getting a bit more delusional in our
we
chat.
lost the plot at this point, friends. It's fine.
It always happens. Yes, although that's better than on Tuesday night. I don't know if you were watching B&K Book Club sprints.
I did.
But we came back from one sprint the most tired. The tiredness hit us both at the same time. And we went, how did you do in your book? I liked it. Like, no, there was no discussion. That
literally was it. That was literally it. And I was like, and that's the end, folks.
And then Kelsey just started to go to the comments because we had nothing. Like the tiredness hit us, and we weren't like giggly tired and chatty tired. We were just like silent tired, both of us. And I was like, "This is not the vibe.
This is the end. This is the end. This is where we say goodnight."
Anyway, friends, we'll see you in an hour. Hi, friends. Oh, no, TikTok, do not start playing. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to know what percentage I made it to. Can you tell that I scrolled at the end of that? Hence why TikTok was open. It's fine. I got to 79% and I got to like not the end of the chapter because this chapter is long. It is very long and I wasn't going to be able to finish the chapter before the end of the sprints, but I got to like, a break,
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, that's a good spot to put it down because I'm going into Bones and I won't be picking this up again today. So there we go. That's what I did. Oh, I sent out all the reminders that Bones starts. That's also what I did. So yeah, that's it. How'd you do?
I stopped at the top of chapter 7 because we only had like 3 minutes left.
Exactly. It was like time. Yeah.
And I'm probably not going to read much more tonight, so it is what it is. Well, I'm going to read The Housemaid's Wedding, and that's going to be my reading cap for the night. So I'm at the top of chapter 7.
Nice.
I played some Good Pizza, Great Pizza because I needed to check in for my pizza shift today. And that's it.
That's it, everyone. That's what we did. We've hit the end of the sprints and our productivity has gone down significantly, but that's what happens. But we put in like good 7 solid hours of productivity. So, like that's fine. Bethany picked up the I stopped being able to talk there. I don't know if anyone noticed. Bethany picked up her son and made dinner, waiting on the Instant Pot. This is my goal for this year, is to learn how to use the Instant Pot. I have one. It's in a box. And it's been in a box for a very long time. And I think it would make my life better if I knew how to use the Instant Pot. I think the reasoning I haven't done it, actually, I know the reasoning I haven't done it isn't because I think like it wouldn't bring joy to my life. It's that I know there is a learning curve. And for the last 2 years, well, or however long I haven't had that long, but you know what I mean? Like since I got one.
Yeah.
Have not had the time to put into a learning curve situation.
This is actually why I haven't bought one, because I keep seeing them. And I'm like, this would make my life so much easier because like you can make so many things in them.
Yes.
But I'm like, but I don't have time to learn how to use this.
I don't. I don't. But this year I want to make the time because we've talked about this, not here. We've talked about it in some place that people don't know about yet, but maybe because the next one is going to be out in the universe.
Right.
We've talked about how we're not like busy in the same way, but like we're busy,
We're still busy. Yeah.
Yeah. Which maybe we can tell the people now because Mondays will be out in the universe for everybody to see. No, not this Monday, next Monday.
Monday.
No, not this Monday, next Monday.
Because we missed.
I'm wrong.
But I mean, we could still
tell the people
talk about it because
people, not this Monday. What Monday is going to be out for the people to see? What
that
Monday
will be the 24th, but the 3rd.
The 3rd, the first Monday of March. Neva and I may have started a Monday morning podcast talk show, and we've been secretly making it for a month. And the reason we were secretly making it for a month is our patrons got a month of like a pilot season just for us to like figure out what the heck we were doing and to see how it would work out and do all these things. So
we wanted to make sure that we knew what we were doing and we wanted to stick with it before we made it like a public thing. But honestly, it's like my favorite thing of the week. So.
I love doing it, honestly. And the reason it actually was thought up on Thursday, because someone about 2 months ago on Thursday sprints when I love the Neva and Brittany show, and instantly my brain went.
Brittany was like, I'm going to talk to you.
I literally went, I'm going to Voxer you.
Okay. And then we Voxered, and like, I'm pretty sure if you go back to that stream, you can see us on.
You can see us Voxering the idea.
Voxering each 100%. Other. And honestly, it's so fun because it's literally just us talking and hanging out. Like, it's just like a behind the scenes of like what we sound like when we talk to each other.
Yeah, it's literally that, and it's about 45 minutes to an hour depending on the Monday, and it's got its own YouTube channel that you will, again, when the first episode's out, we'll post it on these channels so that you can go subscribe.
There will be merch. There's all the things.
We got stuff going on. So
you can be part of our talk show too.
It'll be every Monday in theory, but like this week we're not having one go out this Monday because Ari was homesick, so we didn't make one this Monday for our patrons. Just patrons already know that, but yeah, most Mondays. Our goal is every Monday, but like life sometimes.
But we're gonna say most Mondays in case we miss a week.
Sick kids, because we are both moms and single moms at that. So like,
it just is what it is.
It's just the way it is. Literally, TikTok told on me. Literally told on me. Started working on some reviews behind. Oh, I am the worst at written reviews. I can't even commit to written reviews. The only place I write written reviews is NetGalley because that's
well, and I will write like one-liners into Storygraph. So like when I finished Phantom, I did write, because here's why. Because I write a one-liner as to why I rated it the way I did.
Yeah.
For stat reasons.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I otherwise, and especially because I started doing this because there's no 6-star rating system.
Oh, yes.
So I would label a book as 5 stars, and then I'd write something like truly a 6 or definitely a 6-star, something like that. So I started just writing one-liners for myself. And then when I DNF a book, I always write a one-liner as to why I DNF'd it.
Mm-hmm.
So I will write, it's literally one line. So like Phantom, if you go read my review, it says it's 5 stars. And then it just says, this was the vibe I wanted from Haunting Adeline. That was it. Like it's not in depth. I don't even write reviews in my reading journal, which is why I'm getting a custom one made that just is blank space on like the review part. Because what I do is I just build like a mood board and sometimes put like quotes in there, but I don't actually review the book.
Yeah.
I make it more like a journaling page than I do anything.
It's just not how my brain doesn't work that way. Like I'm better in video where I can just like articulate my thoughts in that way. Like that's just where I'm better. Also, the team you should join is Monarchs.
Absolutely.
I was leaving that up there. I was like, oh, we're gonna definitely address that. Monarchs, come on over, hang out with us. Get better at meal prep with the crock pot meals. I think what I'm going to do is, because I've been talking about doing the Instant Pot for a while, and I've just recently, and I mean just recently, I only made a TikTok at like the end of last year, and I've only been consistent with it for like 2 weeks. So like by recently, I mean very, very recently. But I think even though obviously I focus on books there too, I still think I'm going to like focus on me learning how to use the Instant Pot, because it is like book/mom life, which is my brand, you know?
Yeah, that's basically my brand too. That's why sometimes like when you'll get vlog clips where my camera is literally on my tripod, the tripod is as small as it goes and it's sitting on the counter. There's been so many times I've had to film a vlog clip while I'm cooking dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Or I'm making coffee.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. But that is going to be the end of our sprints, because I need to be at Bones in 10 minutes. And that requires me to move my whole setup to the other side of this room so that I can see a TV. So I am going to end it here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for the 8 hours. It was absolutely amazing. And before we go, Vanessa, I know you were here earlier, but I forgot to say it on sprints. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I was hoping you'd come back. I did message you privately to say happy birthday, but then I was like, oh, if Vanessa comes back, I'm going to make sure to say happy birthday. Anyway, end of sprints. That's what I was doing. I got so distracted by Vanessa coming in. It's the end of sprints. I know that there are more sprints happening, and I know Christina just put the links. So Mel is sprinting for Romanticathon, Coda and Nicole are sprinting, and obviously the sprinting spreadsheet, fantastic resource to find out when everyone is sprinting. Also tomorrow, do not forget, Neva has 24-hour sprints. So, those start at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and go for 24 whole hours.
And we have lots of awesome friends.
We do. And it's going to be a fun time, as it always is. So that's happening. I will be back here next Thursday for more public sprints. But, if Saturday goes the way I think it's going to go, I'm saying this in very loosely because Saturdays are always kind of crazy around here. You may see me pop into a 24-hour sprint. Like, there is a possibility that I might pop in to Amy's.
And we hope to see her because we miss Brittany on Twitter.
I know. And I haven't seen Amy with my face.
Dude, I hadn't seen Amy with my face until Clue. No. Was she I think she popped into 24-hour sprints last month.
So I'm very much
guest.
Like, even if it's just for like an hour, I kind of just want to like pop in and see Amy. I haven't even told Amy this. I was just going to like put it in the group chat because I know there's a group chat for yeah. So anyway, because I also didn't know if I was going to be free. Like, it'll be Saturday morning where I'm like, yes, I can be there. Hi, Amy. Also, hi, Mel. We're leaving, but thank you so much for hanging out. And I'll see you next Thursday. If not before then, have a good day, friends. Bye.